Chag Sameach, everyone in the room. It's really beautiful to see you all here tonight. Chag Sameach, everyone tuning in on live stream. I'm sorry if there were some technical difficulties. I hope the link is actually in the right place and going to the right place. I think we may be expecting a few more people physically, and you may notice around the room that the people that were calling into the room are names of hostages still with us, but away from home for the second year in a row in Gaza. So we have seats marked with their names on them to think about and bring to our tables as well. You may also notice that Cantor Rosen is still sick. We are going to have to sing a little extra hard, and we have tried to finesse some technicalities to maybe hear his voice from previous years and this system. And if you are someone who just loves to sing one particular song, well, guess what? There's an open mic up here. And you can join me anytime, and we will also have the opportunity to hear a lot of different voices around the room. So, wow, I think we're a small enough group that we should go around and say names, pronouns if you want. I'm Rabbi Jason Klein, he or they, here at CBST since this past summer. Can we go around and say hello?
Hi, I'm Jackie Carey.
Thanks, Jackie.
Debbie Metrick.
Lisa Gasson. Terry Kramer, she, her.
Raphael Anchel, she, her.
Tanya Domi, she, her.
Judy Hollander. Laura Epstein.
Thanks, sir.
Judy Wallace.
Doug Wallace.
Cara Wallace, she, her.
Wilson Hannah, she, they.
Jameson Levy, she, her. Suzanne Levy.
Sherry Clemens, she, her.
Steve Greenbaum.
Marty Pearl.
Rich Tessler.
Barry Rand.
Jeremy Bosserbaum.
Michael Sandberg, he, him.
Andy Austin.
Jake Einhorn.
Rick Landsman.
Sandy Ewan, he, him.
Jeff Lipton.
Madeline Goldfisher.
Bonnie Pollock.
Mika Vyas.
Rachel Will, she, her.
Patty Boyd, she, her.
Paula Levitt, she, her.
Zevi Horowitz, he, they.
Great. How nice. And Ariel, thanks for being with us on tech from here and with your family locally and thinking about your family in Israel as well. We're going to begin by lighting these Yom Tov candles. Madeline, would you come up to light these candles? And we're going to turn to page 24 in your Haggadot. And feel free to join me. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher kiddushanu b'mitzvotav v'tzivanu lehadlik ner shel Yom Tov. And on the next page. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam shehechiyanu v'kimanu v'higiyanu Lazman Hazeh. And now for our first attempt to bring Cantor Rosen into the room. This is called Seder Nacht by Alter Greenblatt.
Unser Tisch steht weiß gesprayt, die Silberleichter, die Arbakoises, fahren Seder als schon greit, schmure Matzos und Charoises. In weißen Kittel ungetan, auf den weichen Hessebett sitzt der Tate oben an und die Mame bei der Seite. Und mir fragen die vier Kasches, man ist da noch. Erzählt der Tate Zäubermeises und mir vergafte Herren eus. Auf Odim Hoinu Knecht seien wir gewähn beim Rosho Paro in Mitzrayim. Unser Zar hat Gott ersehn, von Knechtschaft uns getan befreien. Man trinkt a Koisem, macht a Moizzi und man hat schon an dem Tisch. Man tut die Maror in die Kreuses und man nimmt sich zu die Fisch. Der Tate singt noch, ist fröhlich und schmeichelt also lieb. Die Mame bringt Adane in Dayenu und mir dacht, es tanzt die Stieb. Der Kos Eliohu a Fuller steht mit reuten finkeldicken Wein. Unser Tier is oifenbreit. Eliohu Hanovi kommt rein.
How's the sound? All right, okay, not bad. All right, Cantor, I hope you're sleeping and not watching this, but you sound really good. Seder means order. Rabbi Moskowitz talks about Seder as the night of organizing and right, getting things in order. And there's so much organizing to do. So let's remind ourselves of these 15 steps of the order of the Seder on page 27. And let some of this night of organizing inspire us in the rest of the year as well. Kadesh Yachatz, Karpass Yachatz, Maggid Motzi Matzah, Maror Korech, Shulchan Orech, Tzafun Barech, Halel Nitzah. Let's turn to page 29, and perhaps we could have a volunteer reader start us off on the top of 29. Would you like to begin? Great.
We began our journey through the Pesach Seder, our journey from slavery to freedom. Through word and song, story and ritual, questions and more questions, we will relive the story of our ancestors' exodus and liberation. We tell the story not only to preserve the memory, we tell the story because Egypt is not only one physical place, the Exodus was not just one moment in time. We step into this story because it is both our story and the story of all people who have experienced oppression and liberation. When we recall the story of our oppression, we resolve to fight oppression everywhere. When we recall the story of liberation, we renew our dream for freedom everywhere. Tonight, we raise our voices as individuals and members of the Seder community, committed to marching together out of Egypt.
So I'm going to open this beautiful bottle of Saratoga Still Natural Spring Water for Miriam and fill this cup. And perhaps someone could continue to read at the bottom of page 29. Someone else like to read? Go ahead, Tanya.
Even as we begin our story, we know its end. Israel will leave Egypt and wander in the desert for 40 years on the way to the promised land. According to legend, a well of water accompanied the Israelites on their journey in the desert. This miraculous well was provided because of the merit of Miriam, the sister of Moses. She watched over her brother as he floated down the Nile, and later joined with him to lead the people across the sea. Tonight we recall the well of water as we place Miriam's cup on our Seder table. In every generation we experience both oppression and liberation in our wanderings, both as a people and as individuals. Miriam's well still accompanies us as a sustaining presence in the desert, enabling us not just to survive, but to thrive. Miriam's well reminds us that our journey has both direction and destination, to a place where freedom is proclaimed for all.
Thank you. I want to just remind you that the title of this Haggadah formally is A Night of Questions, but perhaps long before this Haggadah was published 20-something years ago, this is a night of questions. So if there are any questions at any point, pipe on in. That's what we're doing here together. We'll turn to page 31, and I'm going to ask for one more reader before Kiddush, and this is a nice time to fill up your first cup of wine. In fact, it might be an even nicer time to fill up someone else's first cup of wine, to enjoy the luxury of freedom and feel like somebody is serving you. I think spritzers count as a first cup of wine for people who want to mix their grape juice with a Pellegrino. So. Okay. Would someone, as we finish filling our cups, read to us at the top of page 31, that first paragraph? Oh, yeah, please, go ahead. Thanks.
Tonight we will drink not one cup but four, as we recount the journey from Exodus to liberation, a journey that stops in many places along the way. We come first to the recognition of slavery, of degradation, of narrowness. Until we know the ways in which we are enslaved, we can never be free. We drink this first cup in honor of awareness.
Cup of awareness. We're on page 32. I know at CBST we have a pretty strong custom on Friday nights to stand for Kiddush. This is Pesach of True Confessions. One of my confessions is I like to sit for Kiddush, and I particularly like to sit for Kiddush at the table because Kiddush is kind of the beginning of the meal in a way. And I think tonight Now that I've like completely alienated someone who wants to stand for Kiddush, feel free to stand after all that. But I'm going to say it, and you should do what you want. But I think, but it's it could be luxurious if you want to go outside of your Kiddush comfort zone. We're on page 32, and we'll add Shechianu on 33. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam borei peri hagafen. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher kira'anu la'avodato v'romamanu b'kedushato v'kiddishanu b'mitzvotav. Vatiten lanu Adonai Eloheinu bi'ahava moadim l'simcha chagim uzmanim l'sason et yom chag hamatzot hazeh zman cherutenu mikra kodesh zecher l'tziat Mitzrayim ki elenu karata v'otanu kidashta le'avodatecha u'moadei kodshecha b'simcha v'sason hinchaltanu. Baruch atah Adonai mikadesh Yisrael v'hazmanim. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam shehechiyanu v'kiyimanu v'higianu lazman hazeh. L'chaim. Yum. Enjoy the taste of freedom. Can we have another reader for page 35 as we get to Yachatz, part 2?
We begin our story with the first stirring to freedom. How was the desire for freedom first aroused? By the midwives Sifra and Puah, who resisted Pharaoh's decree to drown every Israelite boy in the Nile. By Miriam, who watched over her brother Moses to ensure his safety. In the face of death, they advocated life. In the birth waters and in the Nile, these extraordinary women saw life and liberation. Like the coming of spring, they believed in the inevitability of freedom and began the process of awakening their people. The waters of freedom open and close our story, taking us from the Nile to the Sea of Reeds.
Thank you. So on your tables, there's a large clear pitcher. If you want, you can take the top off and kind of pour gently into the bowl next to it 3 times over each hand with no blessing for this preparatory hand washing. And I'm going to sing a little on page 140 of the season. Right, you can also pour for each other. That's another fun luxury. If you're saying that your hands are dirty, you should probably go to the restroom first and wash your hands, and then rinse them ritually. I've never really understood why people say wash instead of rinse. Really, it's rinse.
Yeah, okay. So like keep from there.
Feel free to join me singing on 140. Dodi li va'ani lo haroeh b'shoshanim. Dodi li va'ani lo haroeh b'shoshanim. Mi zot ola min hamidbar, mi zot ola. Mi kuteret mor ulvona, mor ulvona. Dodi li va'ani lo haroeh b'shoshanim. Dodi li va'ani lo haroeh b'shoshanim. Libavtini achoti kala, libavtini kala, libavtini, achoti kala, libavtini kala, dodi li, va'ani lo haroeh, bashoshanim, dodi li, va'ani lo haroeh, bashoshanim, uri tzafon, uvoiteman, uri tzafon, uvoiteman, dodi li, va'ani lo haroeh, bashoshanim, dodi li, va'ani lo haroeh, bashoshanim. Joy Levitt asks us on page 36, how do you know when springtime is here? How many symbols of spring can you find on the Seder table? And have you seen signs of spring outside? This is a very complicated question the past 2 weeks for New Yorkers. Who sees signs of spring on their Seder tables? Oh, look at these orchids. Yeah. Okay. For the orchid fans, by the way, Carrie will tell you the best places to get orchids. What other signs of spring do we see? Eggs. Okay. A little fertility symbol there. Baseball. Okay. My favorite Passover story is called the Matzah ball. If I've never told you about it and you don't know what it's about, it's an incredible Elijah the prophet story set in Camden Yards. I forgot to. It's out of print. It's been out of print for a long time, but I try to buy them every time they reemerge on Amazon. So I'm sorry it's late to the season, but I can tell you more about it later if you want. Maybe when we get to Elijah. Does anyone know it? The matzah ball, the story? No. Oh, so I really should tell it later. Okay, good. The night is young, right? Any other signs? How about outside signs of spring? Yeah. Daffodils and lilacs. I hear that the first digit of the temperature might actually not be 3 and could be 4 or 5-ish or something. It's in the 5s. Thank you. Okay, live report. Anyone else? Allergies. Okay, that's real. A lot of signs of spring. Okay, thank you. So let's turn to page 36, and there's this nice introduction to Karpass. This is our first dipping of the evening, and Karpass is one of 10 items that are here in front of us. Those items are the 3 matzot, the Karpass, and the charoset, the Maror, and the chazeret, the lettuce leaf. Actually, it looks like we have 3 different kinds of maror on our plates: a leaf, a piece of fresh horseradish, and ground horseradish, a zroa, a bone, and a beitzah, an egg. Customarily, the plate itself is the 10th item, but these oranges have concretized the 10th a little more, bringing LGBTQ people right onto the Seder plate, where we have a very strong and beautiful and prominent place. Would someone read at the top of page 36 for us, Karpass? Yeah, please go ahead.
Karpass represents spring and new growth, rebirth, and the beginning of new life. We taste in this fresh vegetable all the potential in nature and in ourselves. Tonight we celebrate our growth, the flowering of our spirit and of our voices. We do not taste the vegetable alone. We dip it into salt water, recalling the tears our ancestors shed during their long years in slavery. We mix bitterness with sweetness, slavery with freedom, past with future. We live with the contrast because we know that no moment exists without a multitude of combinations: sorrow and joy, pain and comfort, despair and hope.
All right, so tonight, regardless of our means, we get to be very dainty in the way we eat, act as if we have as rich as we could imagine, and we symbolize this in our dipping. So you can take a piece of this parsley and find some salt water on your table. Some communities do this with vinegar. I don't know if we have any vinegar available, but let's pass that around. The salt water should be in a white vessel. And we can sing the blessing together on 37. And feel free to eat when you're ready. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam borei peri ha'adamah. Did anyone grow up or get introduced to different kinds of vegetables to have at the Seder? Maybe parsley, maybe non-parsley, potato. We got a potato in the room. Anyone else? Radish, okay.
Rabbi,
Yes.
not a tradition, but I was reading today that Hirsch Goldberg, the hostage who was killed last summer, his father is suggesting to Jews to lean into the pain of this moment and to actually drink the salt water because they know that's what's being given to hostages. And to drink the salt water and maybe put a lemon on the Seder plate because it's bitter.
That's sourness, yeah.
Very, very beautiful.
Thank you. Did everyone hear Tanya? Okay. Yeah, so if you want to follow that suggestion, take some salt water into your cup, or please feel free. Thank you for sharing that from the Paul and Goldberg family. We are at our next stage, Yachatz. People sometimes point to this as the biggest mathematical typographical error in a Haggadah. This Haggadah does a really nice job of calling each broken part a part and not a half, because many Haggadot say take the larger half and hide it for an Afikomen, and the typographers and editors in the room are like, what? That's impossible. So I have 3 matzot up here, and you each have 3 matzot covered on your table. So we can really max out on 7 Afikomens from the room. But before we break that middle matzah, how about we read Harold Schulweiss's really thoughtful reflection here to top of page 40. Who hasn't read yet and would like to read, where it says no prayer is recited? Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No prayer is recited before we break the middle matzah on our Seder plate. This is a silent act. We realize that, like the broken matzah, we are all incomplete, with prayers yet to be fulfilled, promises still to be redeemed. We hide part of this broken matzah and hope it will be found by the end of our Seder meal, for we recognize that parts of ourselves are yet unknown. We are still discovering what makes us whole. We hide the larger of the 2 parts of the middle matzah because we know that more is hidden than is revealed. We prepared for Pesach in the night, searching for the hidden leavened bread. We will end the Seder in the night, searching for the unleavened bread. With the generations that have come before us and with one another, our search begins.
So let's try to do this silently, so maybe we can all hear the sounds of matzah breaking. So maybe silently you can decide at your table who's going to break, and we'll all just be quiet. So we'll transition to Maggid, the story itself on page 41. Maggid is the same root as Haggadah, the telling. And And this is, if you are in a position to remove that cover from your matzot, we can actually show the matzot as we sing Halach Ma'anya. Something that's interesting about Halach Ma'anya, I actually asked my nephews this around the table last night, what language is this declaration written in? And one of them, getting that it was a trick question, asked me if it was written in Yiddish. And what language is it actually in? Okay. Which, long before there was Yiddish, was maybe one of the first languages that was a kind of blend of Hebrew and another culture's language. And if we think about oppression, if we think about seeking asylum, if we think about emigration and immigration, I want to just point out that having certain things, in Aramaic like this, describing bread of affliction in this language that's about crossover between cultures, questions about what of our identities we're bringing from where we were and what we're assimilating, questions that have just come up over and over and over again for millennia for us as Jews, is right here at the head of the Seder, an ancient Babylonian language and Hebrew kind of coming together in this kind of Talmudic style Aramaic. Anyone have a favorite tune for Halach Ma'anya? And a second favorite tune? No, I like to be a crowd pleaser, so let's try one. If it doesn't work, we can do another. Halach Ma'anya diachalu avatana be'ahara Mitzrayim. Halach Ma'anya diachalu avatana be'ahara Mitzrayim. Kol dichfin yeteh v'yechol, kol ditrich yeteh v'hifsach, ha'ashatacha l'shana haba b'harati Yisrael. Ha'ashata avde l'shana haba b'nei chorin. Now, is that satisfying, or should we do a second Halach Ma'anya to a different melody? You're satisfying? You're saying, okay, I'm good. Try. Oh, second one? Satisfying? Second one? All those in favor of satisfied already? All those in favor of second one? All right, I'm going to compromise. We're going to just sing a line of a second one, or two lines of it. Halach Ma'anya diachalu avatana be'ara Dimitzrayim be'ara Dimitzrayim. Judy, will you pick up with "This is the bread of our poverty" right underneath that?
This is the bread of our poverty. I prefer to say affliction.
Great.
Which our ancestors ate in the land of Egypt. Let all who are hungry come and eat. Let all who are in need come and celebrate Pesach. Now we are here. Next year in the land of Israel. Now we are slaves. Next year we will be free.
Please. I'm going to say this kavanah and invite you to insert names of people or communities close by or around the world that you're thinking of, to really recognize that this message of hope for freedom is not just looking backwards but looking forwards as well. Yehi ratzon milfanecha Adonai Eloheinu v'Elokei horeinu. May it be your will, eternal one, our God and God of our ancestors, that just as you took the Israelites from among the Egyptians and led them through the sea, so may you have mercy on those among the house of Israel and among all peoples, especially hostages.
On the students that have been put into detention in America.
People displaced from their homes, who are distressed and oppressed, whether on land or sea, Save them and take them from the narrow straits to abundant favor, from darkness to light, from enslavement to redemption, speedily in our days, and let us say, Amen. Amen. Page 42. Another reader, each Pesach. Yeah, please. Okay.
Each Pesach, the 4 questions asked by the youngest child are exactly the same. Why do we ask them year after year? Because as we grow and change, our questions take on new meanings and the answers to them differ. Because as we grow and change, we understand that there is no one right answer. Because as we grow and change, a different one among us may be asking the questions for the first time. To ask questions is to acknowledge first and foremost that we do not live in isolation, that we need each other. To ask questions is to signal our desire to grow. By admitting what we do not know, we take the first steps toward greater knowledge and learning. To ask questions is to signify our freedom.
Thank you. So if you haven't done this yet, which I don't have any reason that you necessarily would have, this is a nice time to fill the second cup. So the idea is that the second cup itself is the cup of Maggid, of the telling, and we get to kind of resist the urge to drink from it until after we've reduced its volume during plagues. But in telling our story, we recognize the abundance of a full cup once again. And while you're doing that, I'm going to try to figure out who the youngest person is in the room. What's that, you, for sure? Bonnie thinks it's Bonnie. Okay. Jameson? Jameson, how old are you, Jameson?
I'm 22.
22. Is Jameson the youngest person in the room? Real, how old is Real?
38. Wow.
How old, Real?
38.
Are you making that up just to get out of this job? Jameson, I think it might be you. How are you feeling okay about this?
Sure.
Awesome. So sometimes when we read Talmudically, we sing Manishna Halel Hazeh Mikol Halelot. But maybe you have another melody of this that we can all sing with you on page 43. Page 46. How do we begin the story? The Talmud presents two views. There's a debate between the rabbinic sage Shmuel and the rabbinic sage Rav. Shmuel begins with physical enslavement, and Rav begins with spiritual degradation. I love thinking about this debate because I think when we consider The whole process of the story, there are many ways in which we attain physical freedom and other ways in which we attain spiritual freedom. The most striking of which is that Pesach Mitzrayim, the very first Pesach, you've probably heard me talk about this before, but I'll probably never stop. The first Pesach, right, in our whole mythic history is celebrated in the very land from which we're going to be liberated. So how is it that we celebrate a holiday that's about leaving Egypt in Egypt? And presumably that has to happen because there is some mentality shift. So when we think about the title of the second book of the Torah, Shemot, in Hebrew, names, right, kind of reclaiming our names, not the names just that people give us to degrade us, but the names of ourselves, the incredible list of names of women who are so heroic at the very opening of the book, the midwives, Shifra and Pua, Moshe's mother, who will be named Yocheved, and sister Miriam, Bat Paro, the daughter of Pharaoh, later that we hear the name Batya. These are names. And then we hear about Moshe's father-in-law even, like, who has 3 different names. What a power to have names. Moshe learning God's name as kind of a key to going back to Egypt to ask for redemption. And we call the book Exodus in Greek, right? Out on the road, exiting literally, physically, which happens as well. So let's start with Shmuel's explanation of physical enslavement. Would someone read in the middle of page 46, We Were Slaves?
We were slaves to Pharaoh in Egypt. The Eternal One, our God, brought us out from there with a strong hand and an outstretched arm. Had God not taken our ancestors out of Egypt, then we and our children and our children's children would still be enslaved to Pharaoh in Egypt. And even if all of us were wise scholars, all of us were sages, all of us were experienced in the ways of the world, all knowledgeable in Torah, it would still be our responsibility to tell about the Exodus from Egypt. Whoever expands upon the story of the Exodus from Egypt is worthy of praise.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to try to bring Cantor back into the room again. Let's see how this goes.
Schlafen seinen mir gewähnt, Koramon in Land Mitzrayim. Teures kommen und vergehen, nicht gewähnt, wer es soll befreien. Schneit sich in dem Leben mit Zorn. Paar heißt im Teich der Trinken, wer dahin noch geboren. So hat gebrennt die Sonne von Misrach über Plätze.
Generations come, generations go. Will redemption ever come? Slaves were we. We'll sing together in the bottom of 46. Avadim haynu, haynu, ata b'nei chorin, Avadim 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 haynu, ata b'nei chorin, 47, Rabbinic sage Rav began with spiritual degradation. Can someone read the middle of 47 to us? Yes, please.
From the beginning, our ancestors worshipped idols, but now we have been brought near to God's service. As it is written, Joshua said to the people, "Thus said the Eternal One, the God of Israel, in olden times your ancestors, Terah, father of Abraham and Nahor, lived beyond the Euphrates and worshipped other gods. But I took your father, Abraham, from beyond the Euphrates and led him through the whole land of Canaan and multiplied his offspring. I gave him Isaac, and to Isaac I gave Jacob and Esau. Jacob and his children went down to Egypt."
Thank you. Baruch hamakom baruch Baruch shenatan Torah li'amo Yisrael. Baruch hamakom baruch Baruch hamakom baruch Baruch shenatan Torah li'amo Yisrael. Baruch hamakom baruch hu. Page 49. 4 times the Torah speaks about children in connection with the telling of the Exodus story, but nothing is said about the character of these children. Rabbinic Midrash viewed these passages not as simple repetitions, but representing different types of children. There are 4 verses in the Torah that imply 4 types of children: one who is wise, one who is wicked, one who is simple, and one who does not know enough to ask. Yet we know that no child is all wise, all wicked, all simple, or incapable of asking anything. At different points in our lives, we have each been all of these children: one who is eager, one who is hostile, one who is passive, and one who is bewildered. We have asked the cleverest of questions, we have challenged provocatively, we have simply wanted to know the answer. We have been so confused that we could not speak. We have been all of these children: one who is aware, one who is alienated, one who is direct, and one who is silent. So I've assigned parts for the first 3 of these children, but I'm hoping that there is someone in the room for the silent child who's just like really good at dramatically pantomiming things. So who is that person? No pressure. Debbie, awesome. Okay. Do you want to sit up here with me so people can like really see you? I think that'd be fun. If you're up for it. Okay. If you're up for like just a little like public dramatization as we make our way through here. So we're going to turn to page 50. We have co-wise children over here, and Real over here is wicked, and Bonnie is simple, and Debbie does not know how to ask. Here we go. Page 50. What does the wise child ask?
What is the meaning of the decrees, laws, and the laws that the eternal our God has commanded us?
You shall tell this child all the laws of Pesach, down to the last detail, saying that nothing should be eaten after the Afikomen. Interestingly, by the way, there's a whole debate as to what that actually means, because evidently Afikomen originally meant the after party. that we weren't really supposed to go to after the Seder. We're really supposed to kind of focus on doing this and not whatever, 4 a.m. rave or whatever was happening in rabbinic and post-rabbinic times. But Afikomen, I think, came to mean the last matzah we ate to kind of like give ourselves a little after-party moment within. Do you want to pick up and continue with what does it mean?
What does it mean to be a wise child? It means to be fully engaged in the community, to know the limits of your understanding, to be able to search for the answers to that which you do not know. At different points in our lives, we have been this child, inquisitive, caring, eager to learn and to understand, willing to ask for information we do not have, hopeful that an answer can be found.
What does the wicked child ask?
What does this ritual mean to you?
To you, and not to this child. Since this child withdraws from the community and denies God's rules in the Exodus, challenge the child by replying, "This is done because of what the Eternal One did for me when I went out of Egypt. For me and not for you. Had you been there, you would not have been redeemed." Want to continue, Will?
What does it mean to be a wicked child? It means to stand alone apart from the community, to feel alienated and alone. Depending only on yourself, to have little trust in the people around you to help you or answer your questions. At different points in our lives, we have been this child, detached, suspicious, challenging.
What does the simple child ask?
What is this?
You shall say to that child, "It is with a mighty hand that the Eternal One brought us out of Egyptian bondage."
What does it mean to be a simple child? It means to see only one layer of meaning, to ask the most basic of questions, to be too innocent or impatient to grasp complicated questions. At different points in our lives, we have all been this child, simply curious and innocently unaware of the complexities around us.
So give us your best, do not know how to ask pose. All right. To the child who does not know how to ask, you should begin as it is written. Very nice. You shall explain to your child on that day, "It is because of what the Eternal One did for me when I went free from Egypt." Do you want to read?
Yeah. What does it mean to be a silent child? This can be the child of the wicked child, 2 generations removed from the Jewish community and no longer even able to criticize, only able to stand mute. It can be the passive child who just shows up, or it can be the child whose spiritual life is based on faith, not rational argument, a child who hears something deeper than words, who knows how to be silent and to listen to the surrounding silence.
Thank you. Page 52.
Question?
Yes?
I've always thought it strange, this whole section, why are they describing 4 kinds of children at a Seder? What does it have to do with anything? I don't know why, I just feel impatient about this section for some reason.
You feel impatient about this section?
Yeah, it's like, I don't know, the descriptions sort of annoy me, and I don't even know why it's part of the Seder. I'm curious.
I mean, it's standing in the way of food.
Standing in the way of food? Okay, so that sounded a little bit like a wicked child response. That sounded a little bit like I don't know if that's why, but you're trying to transcend and like say like we don't want these children at all.
I just wondered what this has to do with the Exodus of
Yeah. So I mean I think like in that introduction there is this idea that I think because the Torah text itself says, "And you shall tell your child that day," in a way that commandment itself sort of becomes the backbone of telling the story. And so, and because it happens 4 times, and maybe this is co-evolving like with the other 4s in the Haggadah. Like we often point to 4 because God has 4 promises. I will take you out. I will save you. I will redeem you, and I will take you. I'm getting these right. So by the time the Mishnah is written, so by 220 of the Common Era, like 1800 years ago, we have kind of the bare bones of the Seder. We have 4 cups. We have 4 questions. We don't necessarily have 4 children yet. So it's possible that kind of becomes another device. I'm sorry that for me my favorite part of so I'm going to now apologize in advance or not apologize depending on how you want to hear. My favorite part of this Haggadah is that the 4 children don't just end there. They're about to keep making an appearance. but maybe this is like the when you like do overexposure therapy or something. No, I know what I like about this Haggadah though is we're not just reading about them, but trying to like continue to ask trying to like isolate parts of ourselves maybe to kind of be able to legitimate questions from different kinds of perspectives. So
Well, maybe it's, as adults, we could be these things as well, so maybe it's the people are all these different.
maybe yeah. I was reading the Haggadah we used last night at my house. We were it's a night to remember. I have a copy here too. There was this really nice reading about how when a child learns the alphabet for the first time, they notice like these intricacies in the letters that adults don't know this. They take for granted, like, oh, why is the gimel face, why is it a little diagonal or something like that. And so this sort of like the teaching goes that when children ask these questions, like what we think maybe very simple questions about the alphabet, that somehow like it goes straight up to God. There's this like sense of just like this wonder. And I think, this reading was trying to kind of capture this idea of, what can we as adults reopen our eyes to in a way so that we even notice some of the most simple things, and maybe there's just something really pure in that as well.
Having a beginner's mind kind of.
Yeah, I mean, then we've got the elevated simple child. Yeah, Jameson.
I was always told that the focus on children was because this is all about the retelling. If I remember correctly, Haggadah means literally the telling. So in order to have a retelling, we need to have children who are able to retell, and so we have to engage them.
Thank you. Even if it means setting the wicked child's teeth on end.
I mean, here we especially have, this idea of the second generation who was separated, and now they're the simple child. So we have to be able to engage people.
It's a great point. It's a really great point. Thank you. Yeah, and I think that it goes back to that whole question about immigration and who's rebelling against what, and stories of people moving. 52, Arameo Velavi. My father was a wandering Aramean. He went down to Egypt with meager numbers and sojourned there and became a great and very populous nation. Would someone pick up with these are the names?
These are the names of the sons of Israel who came to Egypt with Jacob, each coming with his own household. Reuben, Simeon, Levi, and Judah, Issachar, Zebulun, and Benjamin, Dan and Naphtali, Gad, and Asher. The total number of persons that were of Jacob's issue came to 70, Joseph being already in Egypt. Joseph died, and all of his brothers, and all of their generation. But the Israelites were fertile and prolific. They multiplied and increased very greatly, so that the land was filled with them.
Rashi's explanation of this: the children of Israel, Vnei Yisrael, Paru, Vishritzu, Vayirbu, Vyatzmu, Bim'od, Me'od. Rashi notices 6 words here and theorizes that we were having children in sets of 6. Very playful. That's how quickly we were multiplying. The wise child asks.
The wise child asked, why does our story begin with a strange phrase? My father was a wandering Aramean.
The wicked child asks.
Why does it say that the sons of Jacob went down to the land of Mitzrayim? A place whose name can be related to the word Mitzar, or narrow place. Doesn't this mean that they freely chose not only a physical descent, but a spiritual one as well? And why did they stay when they could have left?
The simple child asks.
What does it mean to be a great nation?
The silent child wonders where this will all lead. The Egyptians dealt harshly with us and oppressed us. They imposed heavy labor upon us. Someone pick up here on 53? No? Oh, yeah.
A new king arose over Egypt who did not know Joseph. And he said to his people, "Look, the Israelite people are much too numerous for us. Let us deal shrewdly with them, so that they do not increase. Otherwise, in the event of war, they may join our enemies in fighting against us and rise from the ground." So they set taskmasters over them to oppress them with forced labor. But the more they were oppressed, the more they increased and spread out, so that the Egyptians came to dread the Israelites. Ruthlessly they made life bitter for them, with harsh labor at mortar and bricks, and with all sorts of tasks in the field.
The wise child asks.
What do we learn from our suffering as strangers in Egypt?
The wicked child asks.
How can the Israelites have let themselves be enslaved?
The simple child asks,
What kind of hard labor did Pharaoh impose on the Israelites?
the silent child is overwhelmed by the cry of the injured, the sigh of the weary, and the groans of those who are oppressed. If we want to channel our children inside also, we might want to sing on page 53. You could imagine your hammer. Bang, 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 hold your hammer low. Bang, 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 give a heavy blow. For it's work, 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 every day and every night. For it's work, 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 when it's dark and when it's light. Oh listen, oh listen, oh listen, King Pharaoh. Oh listen, please let my people go. They want to go away. They work too hard all day. King Pharaoh, what do you say? No, 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 I will not let them go. Page 54, another reader.
The king of Egypt spoke to the Hebrew midwives, one of whom was named Shiphrah and the other Puah, saying, when you deliver the Hebrew women, look at the birth stool. If it is a boy, kill him. If it is a girl, let her live. The midwives, fearing God, did not do as the king of Egypt had told them. They let the boys live. So the king of Egypt summoned the midwives and said to them, why have you done this thing, letting the boys live? The midwives said to Pharaoh, because the Hebrew women are not like the Egyptian women. They are vigorous. Before the midwife can come to them, they have given birth. And God dealt kindly with the midwives, and the people multiplied and increased greatly. Then Pharaoh charged all his people, saying, every Hebrew boy that is born you shall throw into the Nile, but let every girl live.
The thoughtful child asks,
what was it about these women that enabled them to defy authority?
the skeptical child asks,
How come Pharaoh didn't kill the midwives?
the direct child asks,
So who were the real heroes of the Exodus?
the silent child sees that sometimes resistance is not only in word, but in deed. Any questions from the room, whether it's from our children and their personas or anyone else? Or want to answer any of these questions that we're putting out there? One of my favorite things about this passage is Hebrew midwives is just as ambiguous in Hebrew as it is in the Torah as it is in English. So whether these are midwives who happen to be Hebrew or the midwives who serve the Hebrews or both, we don't really know. And I think that just kind of leads to really interesting questions about allyship and around identity that we might want to think about. Let's pick up on 55. We cried to the Eternal One, the God of our ancestors, who heard our plea and saw our plight, our misery, and our oppression. Somebody could pick up at the top to save her child? Yeah.
To save her child, an Israelite woman placed him in a basket among the reeds by the bank of the Nile. His sister Miriam watched over him as he was discovered by the Pharaoh's daughter and raised in the palace. When he had grown up, he killed an Egyptian taskmaster who was beating an Israelite slave and fled to Midian.
Continue.
Moses, tending the flock of his father-in-law Jethro, the priest of Midian, drove the flock into the wilderness and came to Horeb, the mountain of God. An angel of the Eternal One appeared to him in a blazing fire out of a bush. He gazed, and there was a bush all aflame, yet the bush was not consumed. Moses said, I must turn aside to look at this marvelous sight. Why doesn't the bush burn up? When the Eternal One saw that he had turned aside to look, God called to him out of the bush. Moses, Moses, he answered, here I am. And God said, do not come closer. Remove your sandals from your feet, for the place on which you stand is holy ground. I am the God of your father, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob.
One of my early CBST memories was being at the Yachatz Center one Yom Kippur when Rabbi Kleinbaum encouraged us to remove our shoes as if we were Moses standing by the burning bush as we kind of entered our Yom Kippur prayers, which I thought was very powerful. Page 58, let's have another reader.
The Eternal One continued, I have marked well the plight of my people in Egypt, and have heeded their outcry because of their taskmasters. Yet I am mindful of their sufferings. I have come down to rescue them from the Egyptians and to bring them out of that land, to a good and spacious land flowing with milk and honey. Come, therefore, I will send you to Pharaoh, and you shall free my people, the Israelites, from Egypt.
The intellectual child asks.
What is the full meaning of the expression, God saw the plight?
The challenging child asks.
Why did the Israelites wait so long before they cried out to God?
The direct child asks.
Why did God finally hear the plea of the Israelites?
The silent child wonders whether God suffers when we suffer. Then the eternal, yeah.
Can I make a comment? I'm just noticing in the last few times, this silent child may be silent, but taking a lot in.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, an awful lot in.
Yeah.
And letting it, you know.
Do you think that that the silent child is not just taking it in, but somehow in the way they're presenting themselves might, as people are observing them, also think, like, provoking other questions or responses?
Yeah.
Yeah. And the Eternal One freed us from Egypt by a mighty hand, by an outstretched arm, awesome power, by signs and by portents. The Eternal One replied to Moses, "You shall repeat all that I command you, and your brother Aaron shall speak to Pharaoh to let the Israelites depart from this land. But I will harden Pharaoh's heart, that I may multiply my signs and marvels in the land of Egypt." The aware child asks.
Why was the Eternal One performing all the signs and marvels?
The challenging child asks.
Whose fault was it that Pharaoh kept preventing the Israelites from leaving? You keep saying that God stiffened Pharaoh's heart. What happened to free will? How can you blame Pharaoh if God wouldn't even let him make up his own mind?
The simple child asks.
How could God do such a thing?
The confused child does not know how to ask the deepest question. Did it really? Yeah. We're going to approach 10 plagues and spill wine out from the second cup to diminish our joy. We'll chant the plagues in Hebrew, and then I'll invite you to include plagues that we or other human beings are continuing to deal with in the world today. The Holy One brought 10 plagues upon the Egyptian, and they were Daham, Swardea, Hini, Aro, Dever, Shechihin, Arad, Arbe, Choshe, Makapechorod. I'd like to name some additional plagues in the world today. Yes. What was that? Arrogance. Terrorism.
Ignorance.
HIV/AIDS.
Homelessness.
Ignorance. Complacency. Was that? I didn't catch that. Unwokenness, thank you.
Isolation.
Lack of compassion.
Lack of compassion. Fascism. Dishonesty.
Trump.
Sadism. Selfishness, greediness. The wise child says,
We spill the wine from our cup because our salvation came at the expense of the suffering of others. At the crossing of the sea, the ministering angels wanted to sing praises to God, but God silenced them, saying, "My children are drowning in the sea, and you want to sing before me?"
The vengeful child says,
We spilled the wine from the cup because our blood has been spilled. There was a dispute in heaven about how much mercy God should show the Egyptians, until the angel Gabriel showed God a brick from Egypt with a baby entombed in it. Master of the world, he said, thus did they enslave the Israelites. God immediately sent it to the Egyptians and drowned them in the sea.
The innocent child says,
We spilled the wine from the cup because our blood was spilled and their blood was spilled. We are all diminished when blood is shed.
The unaware child enjoys spilling the drops. When the king of Egypt was told that the people had fled, Pharaoh and his courtiers had a change of heart about the people and said, "What is this that we have done, releasing Israel from our service And as the Israelites were departing defiantly, the Egyptians gave chase to them and overtook them. The Israelites went into the sea on dry ground, the waters forming a wall for them on their right and on their left. The Egyptians came in pursuit after them into the sea, all of Pharaoh's horses, chariots, and horsemen. The waters turned back and covered the chariots and the horsemen, Pharaoh's entire army that followed them into the sea. Not one of them remained. Page 63 at the bottom. ותיקח מרים הנביאה אחות אהרון את התוף בידה ותצאנה כל הנשים אחריה בתופים ובמחולות ותהן להם מרים שירו לאדוני כי גאה סוס ורחמו רמה בים. Then Miriam the prophet, Aaron's sister, took a timbrel in her hand, and all the women went after her and danced with timbrels, and Miriam chanted for them, "Sing to the Eternal One, for God has triumphed gloriously. Horse and driver God has hurled into the sea." Let's sing together on page 64. 5, 6, 7, 8. And the women dancing with their timbrels followed Miriam as she sang her song. Sing a song to one whom we've exalted. Miriam and the women dancing all night long. And Miriam was a weaver of unique variety. The tapestry she wove was one who sang our history. With every thread and every strand she crafted her delight. A woman touched with spirit, she dances to the night. 5, 6, 7, 8. And the women dancing with their timbrels followed Miriam as she sang her song. Sing a song to one whom we've exalted. Miriam and the women danced and danced all night long. As Miriam stood upon the shores and gazed across the sea, the wonder of this miracle she soon came to believe. Who ever thought the sea would part with an outstretched hand, and we would pass to freedom and march to promised land? 5, 6, 7, 8. And the women dancing with their timbrels followed Miriam as she sang her song. Sing a song to one whom we've exalted. Miriam and the women danced and danced all night long. And Miriam the prophet took her timbrel in her hand, and all the women followed her just as she had planned. And Miriam raised her voice with song, she sang with praise and might. We've just lived through a miracle, we're gonna dance tonight. 5, 6, 7, 8. And the women dancing with their timbrels followed Miriam as she sang her song. Sing a song for one whom we've exalted. Miriam and the women danced and danced the whole night long. Page 69, we'll sing 3 verses from Dayenu. Enough for us. Just one little thing would be enough for us, and yet there has been so much. Ilu hotzianu mi Mitzrayim, hotzianu mi Mitzrayim. Dayenu, ba-da-dum bum, Dayenu, 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 Dayenu. Ilu natan lanu et ha-Shabbat, natan lanu et ha-Shabbat. Dayenu, ba-dum bum, Dayenu, 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 Torah. Ilu natan lanu et ha-Torah, natan lanu et ha-Torah. Dayenu, ba-dum bum, Dayenu, 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 Ward, an incredible teacher of this generation and an ally of the Jewish community, talks about, a lot of his work is about how anti-Semitism has informed white nationalism in the United States. And one of the lessons he shared a few years ago when we were hosting him where I was working at the time was what he has learned from Dayenu in Jewish tradition. And that is that sometimes when there's a long, long haul, important work to do, and it feels like it's going to take a lot for one giant, giant victory, it is so important to celebrate every single discrete step as its own victory. And that lesson comes from Dayenu. And sometimes I think when we're feeling overwhelmed, starting with the idea that I woke up this morning, I took a breath, I got through the day, can be its own Dayenu. Seeing people we love is its own Dayenu. Showing up to march and demonstrate is its own Dayenu. Each of us has lots of different things that are going to be parts of our own Dayenu and our collective Dayenus together. Page 70, had God taken us out of Egypt, but not divided the sea for us, Dayenu? Or had God given us Shabbat, but not enabled us to reach Mount Sinai, Dayenu? Had God enabled us to reach Mount Sinai, but had not given us the Torah, Dayenu? Had God given us the Torah, but had not brought us into the land of Israel, it would have been enough. Dayenu. B'chol dor v'dor, chayav adam lirot et atzmo, ki'ilu hu yatsa mimitzrayim. Shene'emar, v'higata livincha b'yom hahu lemor, ba'avor ze asa Adonai li, bitzeti mi mitzrayim. In every generation, each individual should feel personally redeemed from Egypt. As it is said, you shall explain to your child on that day, it is because of what the Eternal One did for me when I went free from Egypt. Notice that it's for me, not for me, but to personalize for each of us, for each of our me's when we went free from Egypt. For God redeemed not only our ancestors, God redeemed us with them, as it is said, God freed us from there, that God might take us and give us the land that God had promised on oath to our ancestors. Therefore, we should revere, adore, glorify, and praise the one who performed all these miracles for our ancestors and for us. God took us from slavery to freedom, from sorrow to happiness, from mourning to celebration, from darkness to great light, from slavery to redemption. We sing a new song. We sing before God a new song. Hallelujah. 71. ונאמר לפניו שירה חדשה, ונאמר לפניו שירה חדשה, ונאמר לפניו שירה חדשה, ונאמר לפניו שירה חדשה. הללויה, 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 הללויה. Hallelujah, hallelujah. Page 71. Therefore we should work, speak out, strive, please join me, and fight for the redemption of all peoples of the world, as it is written, you shall not oppress a stranger, having yourselves been strangers in the land of Egypt. Then the power of your rule will repair the world, and all the creatures of flesh will call on your name, as it is written, a time is coming, declares my eternal God, when I will send a famine upon the land, not a hunger for bread or a thirst for water, but for hearing the words of the Eternal One. So let justice well up like water. Then we will sing a new song. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation. Let them learn no longer ways of war, and let us say, Hallelujah. Lo yisa goy el goy cherev, lo yilmedu od milchama. Lo yisa goy el goy cherev, lo yilmedu od milchama. Lo yisa goy el goy cherev, velo yilmedu od milchama. Lo yisa goy el goy cherev, velo yilmedu od milchama. Lo yisa goy el goy cherev, lo yilmedu od milchama. someone like to read Dr. King's, the excerpt from Dr. King's talk on page 72? I know this is a tall order, but yeah, go ahead, please.
Okay. Now is the time to make justice a reality for all of God's children. And we will not be satisfied until justice rolls down like water and righteousness like a mighty stream. I say to you today, my friends, even though we face the difficulties of today and tomorrow, I still have a dream. It is a dream deeply rooted in the American dream. I have a dream that one day this nation will rise up and live out the true meaning of its creed. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. This is our hope. With this faith, we will be able to hew out of the mountain of despair a stone of hope. With this faith, we will be able to transform the jangling discords of our nation into a beautiful symphony of brotherhood. With this faith, we will be able to work together, to pray together, to struggle together, to go to jail together, to stand up for freedom together, knowing that we will be free one day. So let freedom ring from the prodigious hilltops of New Hampshire. Let freedom ring from the mighty mountains of New York. Let freedom ring from the heightening Alleghenies of Pennsylvania. Let freedom ring from the snow-capped Rockies of Colorado. Let freedom ring from Stone Mountain of Georgia. Let freedom ring from Lookout Mountain of Tennessee. Let freedom ring from every hill and molehill of Mississippi, from every mountainside, let freedom ring. And when this happens, when we allow freedom to ring, when we let it ring from every village, from every hamlet, from every state, and every city, we will be able to speed up that day when all of God's children, black and white, Jew and Gentile, Protestant and Catholic, will be able to join hands and sing in the words of the old Negro spiritual, free at last, thank God Almighty, we are free at last.
Page 73. Feel free to read together, or read on your own in Hebrew or English, this little prelude of our hallelujahs, of our praises to God. Hallelujah, hallelujah. Hallelujah. 74. B'tzeit Yisrael mi Mitzrayim Beit Yaakov me'am loez. B'tzeit Yisrael mi Mitzrayim Beit Yaakov me'am loez. Hayta Yehuda likodsho Yisrael mamshlotav hayam rav hayanos hayarden yisav leachor he'arim rakdu chelim givaot ibnei tzon. First me, then you. Malech hayam Kitanus Hayarden Tisov leachor Beharim Tirkidu chelim Gevaot Ivnei tzon Milifnei Adon Chuli Haaretz Milifnei Eloi Yaakov Ahofchi Hatzor Agamayim Halamish Le'mayna noticed that we brought some. We shared with the community some stories of people served by CBST's immigration clinic who have sought asylum. And before we say our blessing of redemption, I wanted us to bring some of these stories to our table as well. So I'm going to ask you all. Maybe I can give you my handout. Perhaps one of you to read these and pass it on to
Azim, my journey began in the fall of 2019 when a friend who was going through the immigration asylum process said you should reach out to CBST. I've been living in the U.S. for almost 20 years, undocumented. I met Noemi, who said the most hopeful thing I've ever heard. I don't know if we can take your case, but I know next year at this time you will be in a better place. By November the following year, I had applied for asylum, and I was waiting my interview with my superstar team. Together we filed a case that was 18 years late, 38 years long, and weighed 12 pounds. We wrote it, we did it, and we won. I'm the first friend with a case that was 18 years late that was filed by CBST's ARC Immigration Clinic. You have no idea what it means for me to live in this country undocumented for 20 years, sleeping on the trains, sleeping on someone's floor, begging for shelter, and to be here now in gratitude and victory with all of you. And I hope this ARC that we all build can guide everyone to a safe shore.
I used to live in a shelter until right around the time I was going to be in the U.S. for 1 year. I was so happy to find the ARC because I didn't have any help or know what to do. And when I found the ARC, they helped me with my case, helped me get to my work permit and my Social Security, and accompanied me to every court hearing. And I can happily say that it paid off because we won my case. Winning my case is one of the best feelings in the world, because I can say I'm safe now and I'm no longer depressed, wondering what's going to happen to me. And I want to say congrats to everyone that won, and to my fellow asylum seekers. Hold on, have faith, and there's nothing to worry about. It only gets better, beautiful. Thank you so much.
Olivia, I'm an Indo-Caribbean transgender woman from Guyana. I'm also an asylum seeker. I fled to the United States in 2017 due to the homophobia, transphobia, hate, and violence I'd experienced in Guyana as an openly queer person. As a member of the LGBTQIA+ community, my move to the United States was the best decision I've made. However, I was still afraid to express myself because I knew I didn't have the status to remain here legally. And that thought always made me sad. In 2022, I met with Azim, this wonderful, amazing, beautiful soul who guided me through the process of applying for asylum and connected me to Noemi, along with my team, who were always so kind, welcoming, and helpful. They made telling my story, my truth, so easy. And in April of 2022, we filed my asylum application. And now I've obtained my employment authorization document and social security card. When I got those two documents, I felt like I had wings. Oftentimes within the LGBTQ community, we are neglected by our families, and we are forced to have chosen families, choose other people to be our family. And this is exactly what my case is, my family. They neglected me. I don't have any family, and like my sister here, Ariel, we bonded and we became mothers, daughters, brothers, siblings, and we have a family now. Because of that, my life has changed tremendously for the better.
Olive, it's a very hard path to obtain legal documents to stay permanently in the United States asylum system. I waited for my asylum interview for 6 years. And during that 6 years, it was really hard to wait and, let's say, to fight for life here. Because, you know, it's very difficult to survive, especially in a new environment with a new language, a new culture. Asylum for me means a lot. After when I got approved for my asylum, I can plan my life. I can think about my future, build my future, and it's giving me confidence in the future.
Thank you. 4 more children. Page 76. We can lift our cups. Let's read together in English. Blessed are you, eternal one, our God, sovereign of all worlds, who has redeemed us and our ancestors from Egypt and enabled us to reach this night in order to eat Matzah and Maror. May you, eternal one, our God, God of our ancestors, make it possible for us to celebrate other holidays and festivals in peace, joyful in the rebuilding of your city, Jerusalem, and happy in your service. we will offer a new song of gratitude for our physical and spiritual liberation. Praised are you, Eternal One, Redeemer of the people of Israel. We continue the process of liberation as we drink the second cup of wine. We've experienced the awareness of degradation that compelled the Israelites to resist enslavement. We drink this second cup in honor of redemption, even as we acknowledge the continuing struggle and the unknown road through the desert. Let's sing together. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, borei peri hagafen. Does anyone know why we lean to the left while drinking wine or grape juice? It's not just about the administration. Anyone else? What's that?
We were on the ground and pillows.
Ground and pillow. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
they're kind of.
I like. Oh yeah. Okay. Okay. But one left and not right. Healthy. Why is it so healthy? Digestive. Okay. So something about our like internal building. I think will make it less likely to choke. I think. Yeah.
Wasn't it something about the Polish aristocracy leaning to the left?
Oh, Polish aristocracy leaning to the left too. I thought it was just unhealthy. Okay.
Not being
Maybe the Roman aristocracy.
Maybe Roman, maybe Polish. Okay, lots of great answers. I love that. Let's move to Rochza as we. What's that? What do you mean I don't know? Since when is there one answer? I was all ready to tell you it was about the way that the trachea and the esophagus wind up, and then it's like, seriously, and that it's just less likely to. But I like this aristocracy thing too. Thank you.
Well, you can still defend yourself. If you're leaning on the left, most people are right-handed.
Okay. So if you're going to kind of put your guard down, okay. Very good. Thanks. These are great answers. You like that one? Okay. Julie likes that one. 79. We're approaching our meal. This is so exciting. Once again, we wash our hands, but much has changed since the Seder began. We have passed through the long night of Egypt, and we stand on the far side of the Sea of Reeds. We now wash our hands to celebrate our crossing the sea, our rebirth as a free people. This time we recite a blessing, for our hands are free to perform acts of holiness, to eat matzah, the symbol of liberation. In this moment of liberation, may this water that we're rinsing our hands with, symbolically drawn from Miriam's well, cleanse us of all the wounds and pain of Egypt. For even as we remember the past, we are called to strive for a healing future. So why don't we begin to wash our hands, rinse our hands, and then we'll continue in a moment on page 80.
Can you do a blessing and not do the action? What happens if you do blessing and no action? I meant I'll do it.
It's an idea of sometimes when people accidentally say a blessing, they say it's interesting which side to kind of Sure. So I would say the Ten Commandments say something more like you shall not murder. Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not murder is not perfect. Yeah. So the word is lo tirtzach, which is a really specific word. It's not just a generic term, but it's something with more kind of it's hard when you hear people translate it it's not really
Self-defense,
for sure. And I think
somebody else.
we're going to continue with Matzah on page 80. Rabban Gamliel would say, those who have not explained three things during the Seder, listen up everyone, have not fulfilled their obligation. These are Matzah, Maror, and the Pesach offering. Matzah zu she'anu ochlin al shuma. Why do we eat this matzah? To remind ourselves that even before the dough of our ancestors could become leavened bread, The Holy One was revealed to the people and redeemed to them, as it is written, and they baked unleavened cakes of dough that they had taken out of Egypt. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. We can leave the Seder plates for another minute. I'm sorry. We got our time. Got a little zealous in our timing here. Sorry. And they baked unleavened cakes of dough that they had taken out of Egypt, for it was not leavened, since they had driven out of Egypt, and they could not delay, nor had they prepared any provisions for themselves. This is a good simulation of hurrying up, right? Let's say the blessing for matzah together, for hamotzi, and then the special blessing for matzah. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam hamotzi lechem min haaretz. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher kedishanu mitzvotav v'tzivanu al achilat matzah. What's that? Three. Yes, three. Okay. Page 83. Maror. Maror zeh she'anu ochlin. Al shum ma. Al shum she'meraru hamitzrim al chayei avoteinu Mitzrayim. Why do we eat this maror? To remind ourselves that the Egyptians made life bitter for our ancestors in Egypt, as it is written, ruthlessly they made life bitter for them with harsh labor and mortar and bricks, with all sorts of tasks in the field. So this is our second dipping. You can take either this giant piece of horseradish root, this could be fun, or a piece of romaine lettuce, and dip it into the charoset, and say the blessing, Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher kedishanu v'tzotav v'tzivanu al achilat maror. And take a taste of that maror. I definitely want to encourage you to try that horseradish root. I mean, it's really something. Maror is the one food we don't really eat while reclining. Woo. And once you've tried that maror, we have another maror on the table. Again, the chopped horseradish. And again, please feel free. This is doesn't just have to be for show. This root, take a bite out of it. It's really something. I just did. I'm still here. Korech is our ancient sandwich because Hillel understood that this verse, you shall eat it with matzot and maror, was taking the Passover sacrifice and really making this meat sandwich with the sacrifice, with unleavened bread, and with bitter herbs, an ancient recipe. Today we don't do the Passover sacrifice anymore, we just have a symbol for it. So we take the matzah and we put maror on the matzah and make ourselves a sandwich. Once you do that and eat it, then I guess you could add some charosas to the sandwich if you want to temper the bitter with the sweet. Pesach, Shayu Avotenu, Ochlin. Why did our ancestors eat the Pesach offering during the time of the temple? As a reminder that the Holy One protected the houses of our ancestors in Egypt, as it is written, you shall say it is the Pesach sacrifice to the Eternal One, because God passed over the houses of the Israelites in Egypt when God smote the Egyptians but saved our houses. It's funny how the word Pesach literally means like to skip over. So this word Passover in English is really apt. So let's enjoy or not enjoy our sandwiches, as the case may be. Bonnie has a question, and then we're going to have some soup.
Just an observation.
Yeah.
Having just made a lot of congregation calls for Pesach, folks a happy Pesach, I left a lot of voicemails.
Yeah.
And I've now come to learn.
We're listening. We're having a good observation. Let's all benefit. Yes.
No, trust me, that's probably.
Oh.
I've come to learn. People left me messages that said, when you wish somebody a happy Pesach on voicemail, the AI translates Pesach to piss off. So, note to self, use the word Passover next time when leaving a voicemail message.
That's great. It's a really good one. Yeah. In fact, Yeah, somebody had mentioned that to me the other day, and then I was in the middle of a meeting, and Rabbi Kleinbaum and I had talked the day before, and then we're exchanging text messages, and because she was kind enough to go to Bill Finn's family in Western Massachusetts. I happened to be up there, kind of a little closer than I was, and has known them for a long time, and Bill just died earlier in the week, as we were kind of checking back in after the event, I had this message from her with a lot of what was it again? Piss off. With words so piss off a couple times, and then she left another message. It was like, Jason, by the way, the voice recognition is not very good. And I said, it's funny, I was actually prepared for that because I had just realized that earlier at the meeting. So we had a good laugh. About that. So it's time for Shulchan Aruch. We have some soup, I think, coming into the room. If you don't have shura matzah on your table and you want to try some of the handmade shura matzah, there's some more up here and up here. And we're gonna have some delicious soup, and I think we'll be serving ourselves dinner outside. Meaning outside in the Wolfson gathering area, and then we'll resume for some post-meal festivities.
Rabbi?
Yes. I think there are two options. So as people finish up the meal, I'm going to read on page 89 this reading by Joy Levitt for Tzafun. When some of us were children, this moment was the high point of the Seder. Jameson is the closest in the room to being a child. Are you feeling like this is the high point in the Seder?
Finish line, home stretch.
All right, okay. This was the time we would search for and always find the Afikomen, the portion of the middle matzah that had been hidden at the beginning of the Seder. We knew that the Seder could not be completed until the Afikomen had been found and redeemed with gifts so that everyone could be given a piece to nibble for dessert. Even as children, we knew that it wasn't possible to find everything that was missing in life. As much as we prized the gift we received from our bargaining, it was the hunt that we really loved, running through the rooms and turning everything upside down. The older we get, the harder the search becomes. Sometimes we look and look and look, and then we realize the thing we're looking for is actually right in front of us. We aren't always sure now what we are seeking, what the Afikomen means to us, which dessert will bring us a sense of completion and satisfaction. Unlike during our childhood search, there are now fewer loving and reliable coaches in the next room giving us clues. There are no guarantees that we will find what we are looking for, but this we know. It is still the search that is important, the looking, the running, and the turning everything upside down. So there are at least 2 Afikomens found over there. If folks want some of this Afikomen, I can pass this around also. You can share with your table. Some people have a custom, by the way, of... Some people have a custom of keeping a little piece of the Afikomen, by the way, and leaving it in their kitchen, kind of as a segula, as a like a treasured sign, as if to say that just as we have enough abundance tonight in this bread of freedom, like may we always continue to have enough to eat in our kitchen. So if you want to take a little piece of Afikomen home, we'll put some in the synagogue kitchen as well. Is anyone feeling like they want a prize for finding the Afikomen? Jameson, not you? Anyone? No one wants prizes? We all want prizes? Okay, well, I could offer you this beautiful book called A Rainbow Thread, an anthology of queer Jewish texts from the 1st century to 1969. What do you think? You have it? Okay. Anyone else feeling like they might want a prize? Like perhaps your own copy of B'chol Levavcha, the CBST Seder, to take home with you? Anyone? Yeah, over here? Over there? Okay, we can have that. Okay. You have 2 already. There you go. Perhaps someone would like a beautiful rainbow kippah. Oh my gosh, I saw some hands over here. And Debbie, when they're done, I'm going to give you a copy of the matzah ball for you to have. I think that's you can feel free to share it with others. Here it is. Gently used, but it's not great. So this is like very expensive. That's for you. Okay, my favorite book of the holiday. So if you want, you can fill up someone's cup. We'll say the blessing over meals over our 3rd cup. We will need a simple child for the end of the Seder because Bonnie had to leave a little early. So if you're feeling called in simplicity, we'll do the first. I think we'll do the first couple of paragraphs of blessings after the meals, and then continue on our own, and then we'll pick up with some of the Hallel section and closings of the Seder. We have a few more readings as well. Page 92. Shir Hamalot B'Shuv Adonai Yeshivat Zion Hayinu Kechol Min Az Yimales Chokinu uleshonenu ri'ina. Az yomru v'hagoyim higdil Adonai la'asot imele higdil Adonai la'asot imanu ha'inu semechim shuv Adonai et shivitenu ka'afikim ba'neged ha'azorim b'dima Yitzaru Aloch Yelechu V'achol Nosem Eshech Hazara Bo Yavo V'irina Nose Alumotam 93 Chavirai Nevarech Ish Shamanam Brachmet Haviadolam Birshut Chavirai Nevarech Eloheinu Shachanu Mishelo Baruch Eloheinu Shachanu Mishelo Uftiva Ochayinu Baruch Hu V'Shemo 94 Baruch Atah Adonai Eloheinu Melech HaOlam Azan et HaOlam Kulo V'Tuvo B'chein B'chesed U'Rachamim Hu noten lechem l'chol basar ki le'olam chasto Uv'tuvo hagadol Tamid lo chasar lanu v'yachsar lanu Ma'azon le'olam va'ed ba'avor shemo hagadol Ki hu el zanim farnes lako Umetiv lako umechin ma'azon Lechol b'riyotav asher bara Baruch atah Adonai Hazan et hakol. Let's continue on our own through 97, then we'll pick up. No delachal, no Page 98 in the middle. I'm going to try something, maybe a little silly, but yeah, we're up to the third cup. We dedicated the first cup of wine to awareness, the first step taken in the journey toward liberation. We drank the second cup in celebration of the redemption from Egypt. We now drink this third cup in gratitude for all the gifts we have been given. The Seder reminds us of all the gifts of relationships, of friends and family, and of our material possessions, good food and drink. Yet most of all, we offer thanks for the greatest gift, the ability to challenge, to question, to choose, and therefore, to strive for freedom. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, borei peri hagafen. Judy, would you like to come and tell us about the Omer? We're on page 99. Please. Yeah. Are you going to stand or sit?
Where's the blessing on?
It's over here.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi. We start counting the Omer, which is a measure of grain, a heritage from from our agricultural roots. What I have here is the blessing for the first, and we count it for 49 days. And when we get done, we're at the holiday of Shavuot. And so we have like this agricultural holiday, and then Shavuot, although represents receiving the Torah, it also has, I think it's barley, but I'm not sure. There's some grain that you get at that time of
But we start now. Pesach is usually associated with the barley harvest, and
then
Shavuot
the
is
other
the wheat harvest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what I have here is there's a lot of interpretation of the Omer using Kabbalah, the Sfirot of Kabbalah. And what I have here is from Rabbi Jill Hammer, who she works at the Academy of Jewish Religion up in I think it's in Yonkers now.
It is.
Okay. And she just released the updated version. The first one was full of counting and typo errors, so now we have version 2. And she starts off, the first sfirot that she deals with is Shekhinah. Shekhinah is at the bottom of the tree, and it gives the stability to this whole concept, which I don't understand all that well. I don't even find it interesting. However,
I love honesty. I appreciate the honesty. Yeah. Liberation maybe starts with honesty. Yeah. Okay.
And so I'm going to read so every day I and a friend call at 11 o'clock at night, and we read her blurb for each of the 49 days. And so that's pretty much a commitment, I must say. And
I guess how long do we have? We have an hour and a half to finish up.
Well, I'm going on. So I'm going to read.
Well, I was thinking to talk to your friend at 11 o'clock.
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
I sort of misunderstood, or maybe I didn't. Okay. The first day of the Omer is the second day of Passover, when the Israelites began their journey out of Egypt and through the desert. Jeremiah calls to Israel, I remember for you the chesed of your youth, the love of your bridal days, how you followed me in the wilderness, in a land unsown. Jeremiah, it depicts the newborn holy community as a bride following God through the wilderness towards Mount Sinai. For Kabbalists, the community of the Hebrews is the embodiment of the Shekhinah, the feminine presence of the divine. Shekhinah dwells within them and also hovers above them, embodied in the clouds of glory. She gives Israel manna to eat and water to drink. On Shavuot, Shekhinah appears on Mount Sinai, embodied in the Torah. The Zohar imagines her pushing and shoving her way through the crowds of angels in order to come down to earth to be with humans, a kind of birth. Just like we look crossing the Red Sea can be viewed as a birth of a nation. Shekhinah is the channel of all blessings, though she can be a terrifying figure with spheres and meteors for hair. Throughout history, Shekhinah is Israel's defender and nurturer, hovering over them when they pray and accompanying them when they go into exile. Shekhinah appears for them in the renewal of the new moon, in the study of Torah, in the peace of the Shabbat. We emulate the divine presence by feeding, clothing, and sheltering others, and becoming channels. No. I lost it. Becoming channels of God. I lost the last word. Anyway, faith blessing.
So it's actually customary to stand when we count the Omer if you want to join us. We're in the middle of page 99. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher kedeshanu b'mitzvotav v'tzivanu al sfirat ha'omer hayom yom echad la'omer. This is the
first day of the Omer. Sorry.
That's great.
Thank you all.
You're welcome. Thank you. Feel free to be seated, except Rick Landon, who I hope will join me up here. B'chol dor vador, in every generation, each individual should feel personally redeemed from Egypt. Whoever expands upon the story of the ongoing Exodus is worthy of praise. And Rick is also going to point to something that you may have on your table that looks like something like this.
For 20 years now, I've been doing this, but this year is a little bit different. We talk about every generation, a tyrant comes up, and rather than just talking about the story about this 100-year-old Haggadah, the Israelites had much more time to prepare to leave Egypt than what most asylum seekers and refugees have. My mother's father was at work when a friend came in and said, on March 23rd of 1933, the Nazis are coming up the street. They have a list of Jews that are going to go to Dachau that they're opening today. You're on the list. So my grandfather just ran from work to the railroad station, took the first train out to France. My dad was in bed at 5:30 in the morning when the Gestapo came on the night after Kristallnacht, the day after Kristallnacht, and arrested him, sent him to Dachau. So after he did get released, thanks to a lawyer in London who filled out the paperwork for him, similar to what we do at ARC. And he was able to pack up to leave, but of course the Gestapo wouldn't let him take a silver Kiddush cup, but let him take his Haggadah. And if you look at the sheet that I handed out, when he was around 10 years old, he wrote Haggadah for Heinz Lat, and he never finished Latma because they didn't have enough space for it. So I'm just going to, in order to save time, I'm just going to read. He used to read, we had the Maxwell House Deluxe Haggadah edition. He would always have his with him, and it was in German and Hebrew. So he would read on the first night at our Seder, and on the second night, I would read this at CBST, but now he's passed away for 10 years. So just basically, in jedem Zeitalter stehen Boshaften gegen uns auf, uns zu verderben, doch der Heilige gelobt sei, redet uns aus ihrer Hand. So that's basically what it is. It's getting late.
Thanks, Rick. We're going to turn to the top of page 106. We'll bring Cantor Rosen into the... actually, I think this is not Cantor Rosen. In fact, this is actually Yonatan Razel singing V'hisha Amda. So let's, I think, I might be getting mixed up here with my notes. 106 at the top.
שלא אחד בלבד עמד עלינו לכלותנו, עמד עלינו לכלותנו, והיא שעמדה לאבותינו, והיא שעמדה לאבותינו ולנו, שלא אחד בלבד עומד עלינו לכלותנו, עומד עלינו לכלותנו, והקדוש ברוך הוא מצילנו, מצילנו מידם, והקדוש ברוך הוא יצילנו, יצילנו מידם, והיא שעמדה לאבותינו, והיא שעמדה לאבותינו ולנו, שלא אחד בלבד עומד עלינו לכלותנו, עומד עלינו לכלותנו, והקדוש ברוך הוא מצילנו, מצילנו מידם, והקדוש ברוך הוא יצילנו, יצילנו מידם, שלא אחד בלבד עמד עלינו לכלותנו, והקדוש ברוך הוא מצילנו, הקדוש ברוך הוא מצילנו והקדוש ברוך הוא יצילנו, יצילנו
Elie Wiesel responds to this notion that in every generation God saves us with a bit of a inquisitive, rebellious child response, saying, we recited the customary blessings, the Psalms, and to finish we sang Chagadia, that terrifying song in which, in the name of justice, evil catches evil, death calls death, until the angel of destruction, in his turn, has his throat cut by the eternal. I love this naive little song in which everything seems so simple, so primitive. The cat and the dog, the water and the fire, executioners and victims turn and turn about, all undergoing the same punishment inside the same scheme. But that evening the song upset me. I rebelled against the resignation it implied. Why does God always act too late? Why didn't God get rid of the angel of death before he even committed his first murder? So I need a simple child. Who's going to be a simple child for the rest of the day? Thank you. Okay. So let's touch on the experience of Jews in America, of the Holocaust, and of Israel. Page 109. I'm reading at the bottom of the page. Not like the brazen giant of Greek fame, with conquering limbs astride from land to land. Here at our sea-washed sunset gates shall stand a mighty woman with a torch, whose flame is the imprisoned lightning, and her name, Mother of Exiles. From her beacon hand glows worldwide welcome. Her mild eyes command the air-bridged harbor that twin cities frame. Keep, ancient lands, your storied pomp, cries she with silent lips. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to be free, the wretched refuse of your teeming shore. Send these, the homeless, tempest-tossed to me. I lift my lamp beside the golden door. Page 110, below the line. The inquisitive child asks, that's you. You got it, yeah.
How has the experience of living in North America been liberating for the Jewish people?
The challenging child asks,
how has the experience of living in North America been bad for the Jewish people?
The simple child asks,
Is our country still welcoming new immigrants from troubled lands?
The confused child looks around at the homeless man lying in the street, the undocumented refugee living in fear of deportation, the hunger and poverty, and worries about the limits of democracy and the price of freedom. Page 111 at the bottom. The Jews of Bergen-Belsen had no matzot for Pesach in 1944. It was decided that the evening of leaven was permissible and that the following kavanah should be recited before meals. Avinu Shabashamayim, behold, it is evident and known to you that it is our desire to do your will and to celebrate the festival of Pesach by eating matzah and by observing the prohibition of chametz. But our hearts are pained that the enslavement prevents us from eating matzah, and we are in danger of our lives. Behold, we are ready to fulfill your commandment, and you shall live by them and not die by them. Therefore, our prayer to you is that you may keep us alive and save us and rescue us speedily, so that we may observe your commandments and do your will and serve you with a perfect heart. Amen. Page 113. Anim amin, anim amin, anim amin, be'emunah shelema, be'emunah shelema, beviat HaMashiach, beviat HaMashiach ani מאמין, ואף על פי שיתמהמה, עם כל זה אני מאמין. The silent child, in the face of all that has occurred, remains silent. There aren't even words locked up inside the silent one. The other children, by their silence, concur. Page 114, middle of the page. We tend to forget those days before the Six-Day War, and perhaps rightly so. Yet those were the days in which we came closest to that Jewish fate from which we had run like haunted beings all these years. Suddenly everyone was talking about Munich, about the Holocaust, about the Jewish people being left to its fate. A new Holocaust did not seem as real a possibility to us as it did to the people of Europe. For us, it was a concrete picture of an enemy victory, and we had decided that, come what might, we would prevent it. We know the meaning of genocide, both those of us who saw the Holocaust and those who were born later. Perhaps this is why the world will never understand our courage or comprehend the doubts and the qualms of conscience we knew during and after the war. Those who survived the Holocaust know that no other people carries with it such haunting visions, and it is these visions that compel us to fight and yet make us ashamed of our fighting. The saying, "Pardon us for winning," is no irony. It is the truth. Of course, one may say that our doubts are only hypocrisy and nothing more. that we deck ourselves out in morality, perhaps even that our behavior is contradictory. But who says that war can be anything but contradictory? Our feelings are mixed. We carry in our hearts an oath that binds us never to return to the Europe of the Holocaust. But at the same time, we do not wish to lose that Jewish identity with the victims. Page 116, below the line. The wise child asks,
Is the state of Israel finally our last redemption?
The wicked child asks,
Have the oppressed become the oppressors?
the simple child asks,
Is liberation always so costly?
the silent child hears the voices of the refugees who have found a new home, and so becomes hopeful for those who are not yet at home. We turn to page 118. In the years of wandering in the desert, Miriam's well accompanied the Israelites. According to tradition, Miriam's well is still with us. Every Saturday night at the end of Shabbat, its waters flow out into wells everywhere in the world. While the return of Elijah is left to the future and to all its potential, Miriam is present with us always. She is here to provide healing, inspiration, and wisdom. She and her waters sustain us as we await Elijah. There is still a long journey to freedom, a long while before Elijah can herald the Messianic age. Miriam, the prophet, calls us to work for and not wait for that day. She sustains us with the most basic substance on earth, water that cleanses and heals. She lifts our hearts as she leads us once again in song and dance. Elijah's cup remains untouched by us, but we now drink from Miriam's cup, the nurturing waters of Miriam's well. So I'm going to give out these cups if you want to put some into your glass at each table. We can all drink a little bit from this one communal cup of Miriam. And you can find the blessing on the bottom of the page. The blessing is Baruch Atah Adonai Eloheinu Melech HaOlam Shehakol Niyeh B'Varo. Miriam HaNeviah Oz V'Zimra B'Yada Miriam Tirkol Itanu Lehagdil Zimrat Olam Miriam Tirkol Itanu Letaken Et HaOlam Bimhera V'Yaminu Itivi isn't full, this is a good time to fill it up, and perhaps someone could read on 121 at the top about Elijah. We open our doors. Would someone like to pick up there?
Don't forget the Matzah ball story.
Don't forget the Matzah ball story. Oh yeah, okay. I will try to do it from memory. All right, so maybe while people are filling up their fourth cup. Once upon a time, there was a child named Aaron in the city of Baltimore, Maryland, and Aaron was excited to go see a ball game in the middle of Pesach. But Aaron's mother reminded Aaron that it was Pesach, and therefore she would be sending him to Camden Yards with matzah and tuna fish, with macaroons, with those, as Aaron says, disgusting little fruit slices. I personally ate 10 today, so I don't know if Aaron and I agree. But somehow Aaron's friend's father picked up Aaron, and they all went downtown to Utah Street and entered the park and got themselves situated. That day, the Orioles were playing the Rangers, and the game was pretty epic. But the food wasn't so epic because Aaron's friends started taking Aaron's food. Oh, I love those little jelly slice things. Oh, macaroons, yum. Even tuna. And Aaron's friend's father even started taking Aaron's matzah. Then his friends and the dad went to the concession stand and got Cracker Jacks and pretzels and hot dogs, and Aaron was left starving and a little sad as he was watching the game. And at around that time, a older man came over and sat down. And Aaron noticed that the older man had some matzah with him and said, When I was a kid, half of Ebbets Field was filled with people with their Pesach lunches, watching the Brooklyn Dodgers play the game. And what a beautiful sight it was for people to bring their matzah into the stadium. And he's kind of told these incredible stories of these days of baseball past. And the old man says to Aaron, would you like a piece of matzah? To which Aaron obliged. They're both looking at the game. I forgot who was at bat. I think there was a Cal Ripken in there somewhere. Maybe the bases were loaded. Just one good hit. That'll be all we need. Dayenu, said the older man. And just at that moment, the ball was hit. It looked like it was going to be a home run, and it was aiming toward Aaron. All he had was his matzah. He held it up, and sure enough, the ball hit the matzah, shattered in a million pieces, and landed on his lap, just as his friends came back from the concession stand, and just as the old man disappeared. Who was that guy anyway? And how did he know my name? We open our doors and our hearts to welcome Elijah to our homes. Elijah, the eternal wanderer, is given a momentary respite and a drink from his cup before continuing his endless quest for the end of days. Elijah, the eternal companion of the Jewish people, will herald the Messianic age. In the meantime, he reminds us of the hope he carries. He reappears at moments when that hope is tangible, like at the Seder and at the birth of children. Page 122. Hinei anochi sholech lachem et Eliyahu hanavi lifnei bo yom Adonai hagadol v'hanora v'heshiv lev avot al banim v'lev banim al avotam. Wow, I will send the prophet Elijah to you before the coming of the awesome, fearful day of the Eternal One, who will reconcile parents with children and children with parents. Eliyahu hanavi, Eliyahu atishvi, Eliyahu, Eliyahu, Eliyahu agiladi, b'meira b'yameinu, yavo eleinu, im Mashiach ben David, im Mashiach ben David, harachaman hu yishlach lanu et Eliyahu hanavi, harachaman hu yishlach lanu et Eliyahu hanavi zachor latov, vivaser lanu lanu, vivaser lanu lanu, vivaser lanu v'sorot tovot Yeshua v'nechemot. Let's sing some more from these Hallel Psalms. 124 in the middle. Adonai zecharanu yivarech, yivarech et Beit Yisrael, yivarech et Beit Aharon, yivarech yirei Adonai, haketanim nim hagedolim, Yosef Adonai alechem, alechem v'yobneichem, Beruchim atem Adonai, Oseh shamayim va'aretz, Hashamayim shamayim Adonai, V'haaretz natan b'nei Adam, Lo hametim yaleluya, V'lo kol yodei duma, V'anachnu nivarech ya, Me'ata v'ad olam, Me'ata v'ad olam, Hallelujah. 127 at the bottom. Hallelujah to Adonai, Kol goyim shabchu, shabchu, Kol ha'umim, Ki kavar aleinu, aleinu chasto, Ve'emet Adonai le'olam, Hallelujah. V'Atiyah Anani V'Merchavya Adonai li lo ira V'yaseh li Adam Adonai li be'ozrai V'Adonai erev yisonai Tov l'chasod b'Adonai mi b'toach b'Adam Tov l'chasod b'Adonai mi b'toach b'nivim Kol goyim sivavuni b'shem Adonai Ki amilam sabuni gam sivavuni b'shem Adonai Ki amilam sabuni chidvarim dachu ke'esh kotzim b'shem Adonai Ki amilam Tachodichitani linpo v'Adonai azarani. 3 lines from the bottom of 129. Ozi v'zimrat yad v'ayili Yeshua. Ozi v'zimrat yad Ana Adonai Hatzlichana. Ana Adonai Hatzlichana. Baruch haba b'shem Adonai Baruch Mechem Mibeit Adonai Baruch haba b'shem Adonai Baruch Mechem Mibeit Adonai Adonai Elam Yisrael Elokim Mizbeach El Adonai Ve'elam Yisrael Elokim Mizbeach Ediyata v'yodeka Elohai Aronimeka Ediyata v'yodeka Elohai Aronimeka Hodu l'Adonai ki tov ki le'olam chasto Hodu l'Adonai ki tov ki le'olam chasto. So who has a favorite table song for the end of the Seder? But that's so short. We should sing like the one big song, don't you think? No. What if we sing it really fast? What if we sing Chag Gadya with animal songs to keep all of us big children entertained for 5 more minutes? Page 138. Ba. That's the goat. Chag Gadya, Chag Gadya. Yisbana babi grace. Chag Gadya, Chag Gadya, Ve'ata shunra miau, Ve'achal Gadya, Yizvana babi grace, Chag Gadya, Chag Gadya, Ve'ata chalba, woof woof, Ve'nasach l'shunra miau, Ve'achal Gadya, Yizvana babi grace, Chag Gadya, Chag Gadya, Ve'ata chudra, Ve'hika lechalba, woof woof, Ve'nashach l'shunra miau, Di'achal Gadya, Yizvana babi grace, Chag Gadya, Chag Gadya, Ve'ata nura, whoosh, Ve'saraf lechudra, De'hika lechalba, woof woof, Ve'nashach l'shunra miau, Di'achal Gadya, Yizvana babi grace, Chag Gadya, Chag Gadya, Ve'ata maya. Oops. Saraf lechudra, deika lechalba, woof woof, dinashat leshunra, yadiachal likanya, bizalaba vidreis, Chag Gadya, Chag Gadya. Get your oxes out. Ve'ata Torah, v'shata lemaya. Where we? Shata lemaya. Yechapa lenora, desarav lechudra. Nora, desarav lechudra. Dehika lechava, woof woof. Denashach leshunra. Miau diachal legadya ba. Yizbanava vidreis Chag Gadya, Chag Gadya. Ve'ata malachama. Oh, I forgot one. Ve'ata hashochet. Ve'shachat l'torah. De'shata l'maya. De'hika l'nura. De'saraf l'chudra. De'hika l'chalva. De'nashach l'shunra. Mi'al le'achal l'gad. Ba'dizvana ba'vidreis. Chag Gadya, Chag Gadya. Ve'ata malachama ve'shachat l'shochet, de'shachat l'torah, de'shata l'maya, de'chachat l'nura, de'saraf l'chudra, de'hika l'chalba, de'shanach l'shunra, mi'al de'achal l'gadya. Yizvana ba'vidreis, Chag Gadya, Chag Gadya, Ve'ata hakadosh baruch hu. My brother-in-law likes going, Moses. Ve'shachal l'malech hamaves. Deshachat l'shochet, deshachat l'torah, deshata l'maya, dechapa l'nora, desaraf l'chudra, deka l'chava, woof woof, denashach l'shunra, mi'al diachal l'gadyaba, yizbanaba b'grace, zecha gadyaba. 141. Awareness, redemption, and gratitude accompanied our first 3 cups. The 4th cup is the cup of hope. Hope that next year all will be free. Next year, children and parents, neighbors and nations, please, please God, will turn their hearts to one another. Hope that next year Jerusalem, please, please, will be a city of peace. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, borei peri hagafen. We can turn to page 144. Who's feeling like being an English reader? This is our last one. Don't all speak at once. All right, will you read nice and slowly, and I'll read along with you in Hebrew? Just do 2 paragraphs.
Now our Seder is every requirement fulfilled. Just as we have been privileged to observe it this year, may we continue to do so in years to come. You who are pure, dwelling on high, raise up your countless people. Soon bring your offshoots strong. Redeem to Zion and join a song.
L'shana haba b'Yerushalayim, 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 L'shana haba b'Yerushalayim. Feel free to hang out and sing some more, chat some more. I know some people, might want to also sleep. So thanks everyone. This was really nice. Cantor, if you're watching, again, I hope you're not and you're sleeping, but feel better. And maybe next year we'll do it together here in Jerusalem. Thanks everyone. Thanks, Amanda.
Well,